Hello, everybody. I'm getting just trying to figure out why my screen has gone crazy. Basically, it's something's changed overnight, and I don't know what it is. But sorry, this is not going the way I'd hoped it would this morning. So I apologize if I get a little frustrated because I'm trying to do like multiple things at the same time, and I should have double checked this yesterday. Yeah, like everything's just all. I don't know why. It's like my screen is just all kind of like crunched together on. Okay, that's a little bit better. Barely so, but I wonder if I do that. Hello, Joseph. Joseph. All right. Well, that's just gonna have to be the way it is right now. I don't know why the screen is doing what it's doing. I'm gonna have to try to solve that another time because we're already running a bit behind schedule. Well, not really, but I got a lot of stuff to cover. So, very quickly, we're going from Narita to Guam today. Okay, it's going to be a bit of a long flight. Bear with me. We got a lot that we're going to be doing today. Okay, so I apologize in advance if I have to mute my mic during the flight. It's I don't know, Joseph. Your guess is as good as mine. Something got changed recently. I don't know what happened or why it changed. It's I don't know. Okay, that sounds fine, Infidel. Appreciate it. It's just one of those things. I don't know. It's like when I logged on this morning, or when I was getting things set up, this screen wasn't even showing. Like I could not get yeah, there's just some things. You know what I could do real quick? All right, let's try this. It's going to disappear for a second, then I'm going to try to re-add it. No. Game capture. Hopefully this doesn't mean though. See, okay. All right, so that's there now, but still it's kind of going, it's not showing quite the way. I don't know. Something's changed, and I really don't know. This is not what I wanted to be doing this morning, quite honestly. It should have been something I should have checked. No, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. Anyway, we're just gonna have to go with it. It is what it is. I don't have time to deal with all this right now. I don't know what's happened. Why? Well, hold on. Let me go to audio or video. See, that's locked. Can't change anything. It's all locked. All right. Well, all right. Fine. Anyway, we're just gonna have to go with it. All right. Let's get in the plane because we're burning daylight here, basically. Hello, JP. I'm gonna have to figure it out later. I should have, like I said, I should have checked it. Had plenty of time to do so, and I just thought, no, it'll be fine. Nope, something gets changed. I don't know what got changed, but here we are. All right. Anyway, we got a lot to go through today. I'm gonna very briefly go through my startup procedure on the 737-800. This is by no means the de facto way to do things, but this is how I do it. Okay, let me change the time real quick here before we. Let's see, yeah, a little bit back, a little bit more, a little bit. There we go. That's fine. Right about there. All right. So first things first. Your ground power. You got to make sure that's available. If it is, you just click that switch right there. If it's not, you go down here to ground operations and you go to request the ground power and it'll bring it and then you can connect. Okay. Next, you bring in your, see, I'm already forgetting stuff. I need to slow down. It's just, it is what it is. You click that, close that, and you close the battery guard. And your batteries are on. Okay, so your batteries start charging. Come down here, you go to your request data from SimBrief. Now, there's a whole bunch of videos of creating a SimBrief profile, SimBrief flight plan, and all that is covered extensively elsewhere. But I'm assuming you know how to do all that. You request the data, bang, there's your. And you can get your weather, and then you go over here to your performance tool. We're going to select our runway, which I think is 16 left today. 16 right. Get that information, bang. And then you change flaps to 5 for your takeoff. You recalculate it, and that gives you your correct select temp. Okay, so all that information you're going to need eventually to plug in. There's certain things we got to do. Okay, but we're going to go back to that page. We got to get well, let's get the navigation system. I highly recommend, if you have just purchased the 737, there's a tutorial flight that you can do that's narrated, I think, by Mr. Randazzo from PMDG. I highly recommend going through all that because it'll teach you a lot of stuff about using the systems and all. Clear. Yes, I know I need to. RJAA. Oops. Not even close. So you do your initial position. You go to your route. And then you put in your origin, and then we're going to P-Gum today. Oops. I can't even type. Then you go request flight plan. Bang. Set your payload, set your fuel, select the route, select route, and then it'll start populating the information in. We can go ahead and kind of get some other things done. We can go ahead and turn on all our fuel pumps. This is not my normal situation because stuff was not working as I thought it would. So we're kind of doing things a little bit differently today. All right, loading the information. Now, I also have SayIntentions today. We are going to premiere SayIntentions on our on the go activate, execute, perf init, go 26.2. And it was 5.5 for the reserves. Cost index today is 10. We're going to go 3, 6, 0. Then we get our cruising winds right here. 031 and 024. 031, 024. Oops, clear. 24. And I just realized I inadvertently, hold on a second. All right. So we got all that information. We need to put in our cruising altitude here for our pressurization. Let's get our limits. I think it was 31. Take off flaps 5. Departure 16 right. Yes, 16 right. Using the OVAN 2. Yep, that looks good. And our arrival. We're going 6 left, ILS. CTAS. There's that. Okay. And then we go to legs. Oh, I know what we got to do. Turn that to nav. Turn on the yaw damper. And we are, for the most part, it was like, didn't swap back over. We are pretty much set as far as getting the flight plan in there. We got our fuel and all that. What we're going to do is we're going to zoom that one. We're going to put data, weather. We're going to zoom this one out just a little bit so we can kind of see what we got to deal with. Now this is interesting. This splits off here. So we don't want to go to Samus. So let's go back in here real quick. Oops. So we don't want yeah, that should be, there we go. That's better. Okay. Now we're set. All right. So we have, now check this out. Are you ready? Now, I don't know if you guys are going to hear this or not. I'm hoping you do. Somebody tell me if you hear the following. Once I talk to this AI, tell me what you guys hear. Good morning, Sandra. How are you?
Good afternoon, Robert. I'm doing well, thanks. Ready for our flight today.
Yes, could you go ahead and get our clearance for us, please?
I'll get our clearance from clearance on 121.65.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Appreciate your help.
You're welcome, Robert. I'll get our clearance now.
Good morning, Caroline. How are you?
Good afternoon, Captain Robert. I'm doing well. Thank you
Narita
for asking.
clearance,
How about
Delta
you?
1234, requesting our IFR clearance. We have whiskey.
Ground to flight deck. Contact clearance on 121.65 for IFR clearance. You have information whiskey.
That is not the name of our flight. I don't know why it's saying Delta. Caroline, we have a passenger in first class who's celebrating a birthday. When we're airborne, could you bring her a chocolate cake, please?
Absolutely, Captain. I will bring the chocolate cake to the first class passenger once we're airborne.
Did everybody hear that? Did you guys hear what she said? Or Caroline's my cabin crew manager. Sandra's my first officer. Did you guys hear all that information? Yep. Okay, cool. Perfect. It works. All right. So now, interestingly enough, so she went to go get clearance, but they gave her Sandra a different number to talk to. So let's see if all right, let's go ahead and close the doors and all that while we're at it. Close all. All right, there we go. That may not be why they didn't give us clearance. Sandra, do we have IFR clearance yet?
Not yet, Robert. I'll contact clearance now for our IFR clearance.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I'll contact clearance now for our IFR clearance.
Narita clearance, Delta 1234. We'd like to collect our IFR clearance. We have whiskey.
Okay, that's not working for some reason. Okay, now I have what we can do. We can tune everything manually. Clearance 12165. Let's see if that's what. No. Okay. Dang it. Well, see, I can't tune it myself. Good afternoon, Narita clearance. United Airlines 865 requesting IFR clearance to Guam.
Ground to flight deck. Contact clearance on 121.65 for IFR clearance to Guam. Good afternoon.
12165. Thank you. Bunch of drunks. Okay, so I cannot, for whatever reason, it's not allowing me to. It won't allow me to change it. Okay, let's try it over here. Let's see if this works. Sandra, could you handle the radios, please?
Sure, Robert. I'll take over the radios now.
Let's see if that works. Oops. Sandra, we're ready for clearance, please.
Contacting clearance now for our IFR clearance to Guam.
Narita clearance, Delta 1234, requesting to pick up our IFR clearance. We have whiskey.
Ground to flight deck. Contact clearance on 121.65 for IFR clearance. You have information, whiskey.
Okay, so she's not dialing in 121. Okay, now it's there. Okay, oops. See, now it changed. Okay. This is not going quite the way I thought it would. Hold on a second. Let's see if we can do it ourselves.
Narita clearance delivery United 865 IFR.
We're just going to do it this way, and then we'll.
United 865 is cleared to Guam Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 16 right, climb and maintain 13,000 feet. Departure frequency is 124.2 squawk 4207. United 865 cleared to Guam Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 16 right, climb and maintain 13,000 feet. Departure on 124.2 squawk 4207. United 865, read back correct. Contact ground on 121.75.
So she was talking to ground, not to clearance. It never. All right, let's see if we contact tune to Narita ground. Narita ground. Good afternoon, United 865, ready for taxi IFR.
Ground to flight deck. Contact ground on 121.85 for taxi instructions. Good afternoon.
Narita
Narita ground
Thank you.
865 with Mike ready to taxi IFR.
Ground to flight deck, you're welcome. Safe flight. See you next time.
Right via taxiway Quebec 6, Quebec 5, Quebec Whiskey Tree Alpha Alpha 1. Contact tower on 118.35 when ready.
Taxi to and hold short runway 16 right using taxiway Quebec 6, Quebec 5, Quebec Whiskey Tree Alpha Alpha 1 United 865.
All right. We're just gonna do the. I was really wanting this to work, but it's. I needed. This is my.
865 pushback requested Captain.
Ooh, crap. Oh, no, 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 no. Stop, stop, stop. Stop. We haven't started up our.
Narita ground United 865 requesting the
See,
end
I
pushback.
got a little bit ahead of myself.
United 865 request to end pushback received.
I even started up the APU yet. We got stuff we got to do first. Yeah, this is not going quite the way I thought it would. But thank you all for being here. Appreciate you. Okay, I think the APU should be fully on. All right. Yep. Okay.
Narita ground United 865 requesting pushback.
Right there in the title, Kev. All right, so. Hello, Mello. All right, let's start our engine. Starting to. If any of you is going to be flying with me, you might as well start spawning. There's Infidel. Okay.
Cabin crew, all doors in flight and cross-check. Welcome everyone on board on behalf of Lufthansa.
Check that out.
We are delighted to have you with us today on Lufthansa Flight 237.
Ground United
departing
No.
from Frankfurt.
I don't know why
Our
it's.
captain today is Robert, and our first officer is Sandra. Joining me in the cabin are my fellow crew members, Emily, Lucas, Mia, and Noah. Our estimated flight time is approximately 1 hour and 5 minutes.
Ha!
I'd
No.
like to take a moment to go
No.
over some important safety information. Please ensure your seatbelt is fastened low and tight across your lap. To unfasten, simply lift the buckle. In the event of a loss of cabin pressure, oxygen masks will drop down from the panel above you. Pull the mask towards you to start the flow of oxygen. Place it over your nose and mouth and secure it with the elastic band. Remember to put your mask on first before assisting others. We also have life vests
Check that out. You're getting a safety briefing like you would on an actual flight.
Into the tubes.
I'm assuming everybody can hear that.
Please leave your luggage on board. Your safety is our priority. For this Avro RJ85.
No,
there
we're
are
not
two
in an Avro
exits at the
RJ85.
front and two at the rear of the aircraft. Please take a moment to locate your nearest exit, which may be behind you. Thank you for your attention, and we hope you have a pleasant flight. Captain, the cabin is ready for departure.
Thank you, Caroline. That was an awesome briefing.
Thank you, Captain. I'm glad you found it helpful. I'm here to ensure everything goes smoothly for our passengers.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Captain. I'm here to ensure everything goes smoothly for our passengers.
Check that out. Huh? At least something's going right.
60% of the time, it works every time.
Everybody on? Good. Great. Grand. Wonderful. No yelling on the bus.
No yelling on the plane either. No, you have to. That's well. There's one that is free from SayIntentions, and then for what I have, that's the premium, and it's $20 a month.
No. Wait.
Yep, we left somebody there. They were running behind. Well, so you can get a year subscription. That's like $170, and then okay, you guys are getting crazy with the ego writing checks. One at a time. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to do the time. But anyways, so there's some things I got to figure out, because I don't know why it's got like different information. It should have pulled the information from the flight plan, but anyway. But that's cool that it has a actual, the AI cabin person will take care of, and you can pick from different ones. You can have ones that are kind of funny. You can have ones that are also professional, like Caroline's professional, Sandra's professional, but you can have different ones that are kind of like smart alecky. The thing is, by agreeing to SayIntentions to use this, if you say anything inappropriate to the cabin, to the AI, you can get your account suspended permanently, no refund. So you have to be very careful about what you say to them. No, it's because people will say inappropriate stuff to them. Yeah, well, because part of it is, and I've said this to Kev, it's not. I have mods, but sometimes I don't know when they're going to be here, so I have that just in case somebody says something, and I can say yay or nay. It just protects the channel from. But anyway, so yeah, when you sign up for it, it'll tell you these are the rules. If you are, talking inappropriately to the AI, if they catch it, and they eventually will, because it's monitored, your account will be suspended and you won't get a refund. Like if they permanently suspend your account. Now, if it was a mistake or the AI misunderstood something, you can say, I didn't say anything inappropriate and here's the proof or whatever. So that, that's your only recourse. But if I purposely say anything inappropriate to the cabin crew, then I could get in trouble, and then I lose access to SayIntentions. Cabin crew, please take seats for departure.
Cabin crew, take seats for departure.
I can even say that now, and they actually respond, which is pretty cool. If you're ready to go, Infidel, have at it. I can assure you this is not going to be an hour-long flight. This is going to be a couple hours in the air easily. Kev, I don't know if you're coming in or not. Are you setting this one out? Oh, no, he's right there. Okay. Oops. I forgot something. Kev's over there in his Embraer Phenom 300. We won't call it the other name. Kev, are you coming? You about ready to go? Do I need to give you 4 more minutes? All right, let's see what happens here. Okay, so
Narita Tower, United 865, ready for IFR departure, runway 16 right.
United 865 altimeter, 29.74, wind 1 tree 8 at 6. Cleared for takeoff runway 16 right.
I forgot one other thing.
Cleared for takeoff runway 16 right, United 865.
Fuck on the trim. Almost forgot to trim the plane out. Okay. Perfect. All right. Fidel's on his way. Okay, things were not going very well this morning, Amela. I can once we're in the air, I can kind of go over things again. Okay, because my Streamlabs, the screen feels more compressed than I think it should be. I don't know. It's just nothing seems to be working quite as I hoped it would. But we're gonna go over some stuff once we're in the air. Okay, I promise you. We'll kind of revisit it. All right, we're not lined up exactly. All right. Well, let's see what happens when we're in the air. All right.
And it's lights out and away we go!
I didn't set the flaps for takeoff. I just remember that. Yours coming up.
United 865, contact Tokyo departure on 124.2. Good day.
Okay.
124.2 United 865. Goodbye. Tokyo departure United 865 is at 1,500 feet, climbing 13,000 feet.
United 865 Tokyo departure altimeter 29.74 radar contact continue.
All right. All right, let's go ahead and do this. So one thing we know, the AI is not working quite the way I expected it to. But that's okay. Lesson learned, right? We're going to go ahead and stick with this and ooh, look at that. Boy, it is turbulent. Okay. While we're climbing to 13,000 feet. So the key, Amela, is when you first pop in, there's the ground power switch right here, right? If this little doohickey is not lit up, saying that ground power is available, and sometimes that might be the case depending on the your where you're at the airport. Not all gates will automatically bring you a it will help connect you to the ground power. Okay. So you have to be
Tokyo Center, United 865. Request flight level 270.
I'll show you in a second here. Let me get
United 865 climb and maintain 13,000 feet. Expect flight level 270.
Climb and maintain 13,000 feet. Expect flight level 270, United 865. Dear guests, we are now at a safe altitude, and I'm pleased to inform you that the use of electronic devices is now allowed.
check that out.
Remember to keep your devices in airplane mode. Also, our onboard Wi-Fi
No, that's wrong. We're not going from Frankfurt to London. I don't know why I didn't pick up the new sim brief. I think what I gotta do is I gotta figure out why I didn't pick up the new flight plan going from Narita to Guam. I think that's why the
Climb and maintain flight level 210 United 865.
the whatchamacallit was not correct. The departure frequencies and all that. Okay, so if this isn't lit, there's like a little kind of like this. It's that color, this blue color, will be right above the ground power. Okay, so if you don't see that, right, what you can do is you can go here to the ground operations, and you can look under the ground vehicles. It's the very first tab, ground connections, and you can ask for them to well, your chock's got to be set, so make sure those are set, and then you request the ground power. Once that thing goes blue, then you can connect the ground. Then you turn that on, and it'll give you it'll give you ground power. And then you basically this is guarded, so you put this guard down and you put the battery guard down, which turns the batteries on. Then the batteries are starting to charge while they're connected to the ground power. Okay, after that, things should start to light up. It won't light up right away. Your FMC will light up. You'll get your screens down here. These little, this stuff right here, this whole thing right here. Okay, but eventually all the other systems will come on. Okay, we can go ahead and go to standard. Yeah, they'll eventually come on. You'll get all these, but the main thing is you got to put in your whatever airport you're at. So like we were at Narita, you got to put that initial reference into here. So like here is say FMC pause in it. So basically you got to put in what airport you're at. You don't have to put the gate, just put in a reference, the airport that you are currently located at, not, so that it'll know to align the GPS. Basically, you put this into a line, this little knob up here, and once it knows where you are, then it goes to nav. You move that to nav. It won't move itself. You got to do that. Otherwise, the information from your flight plan will not populate in, like your altitudes, your speeds, and all that. It'll be kind of blank. It won't give you very good information. So you have to align the navigation system. Okay. So what I normally do, and today I was a bit all over the place. You come here. You just go up. Turn that to a line, turn this stuff on, turn these on, and everything else is pretty much automated. So you don't have to worry about too much. It's just, and then once you have a flight plan, so basically you have to import this into here. So you request the new data from SimBrief. So let's say you start off somewhere and then things change and you got to go back into SimBrief and refile a flight plan because the information is not correct. Like your takeoff runways have changed dramatically. So you got to redo your flight plan so that you have the right route and all that out. Okay, hold on a second, I got Okay. So basically, then you would, once you refile that and you create your new flight plan, then you got to request the updated one and all that, so you have the correct information. And then all you do is come over here. Once you have your initial reference, it will tell you. It'll say, do you want to import this? No. You have to bring it in again over here, because you have to. The thing with SimBrief is it will give you basically the route. It will not, in some cases, it won't give you a departure like the SID or the star and the approach. So you have to put that stuff in manually. I mean, it will to a degree. Let's look at, hold on a second. Let me pop up here so I'm not touching or hitting a button by accident. So it will tell you, so it said Olvan is the end of the departure route right here. But we don't have anything else before Olvan from Narita. Now we could have gone direct to, we could have just left that way. But if we look at our charts, right? For our SID, here's Olvan 2. It handles all the, both run, 1-6 left, 1-6 right, and 3-4 left and right. So we took off from 1-6 right, which was over here. Nope, it's over here. I'm sorry. So this is the route to get to Olvan from, so we use that Olvan 2 departure, right? So, and then for our arrival, I had to put in the star there is no star, so I'm using this approach, CTAS, and then we're going to turn, but we're going to skip Obail, okay, for whatever reason, possibly. I think maybe not, but I also notice. Hold on a second. We got to do a couple things too while we're. Let me increase our altitude, our cruising altitude.
Tokyo Center, United 865.
Oh, no.
Request flight level 370.
United 865 climb and maintain flight level 270. Expect flight level 370.
No, we're going to 3-6. That was.
Climb and maintain flight level 270. Expect flight level 370, United 865.
Let's see if you go by.
Tokyo Center, United 865.
Okay.
Request flight level 360.
United 865 climb
There we
and
go.
maintain flight level 270. Expect flight level 360.
Climb and maintain flight level 270. Expect flight level 360, United 865.
Okay, so where was I? All right.
United 865 climb and maintain flight level 360.
Climb and maintain flight level 360.
So that's what basically you have to know based on your flight plan, which is your departure routes and what is your arrival and approach and all that. The only tricky part is, I think, when the weather changes significantly and you have to Caroline, would you let the passengers know they're free to move about the cabin now? Caroline, are you there?
Yes, Captain, I'm here and ready to assist.
Would you let the passengers know they're free to move about the cabin now, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at a safe altitude and you are free to move about the cabin. Please remember to keep your seatbelts fastened when sitting. Thank you for your attention and enjoy your flight.
Right? So anyway, so you just have to know that information. You can always refer to your flight plan. You know, like I pull up, you know, when I'm getting things set up, I always pull up the, you know, the information so that it, you know, I can refer to it so that I know what information do I need to. It won't. You don't have to worry about all the points in between and everything. At least on this plane now, when I fly the Avro RJ, it's a different story, right? It's, you know, I have to put all that information in kind of manually. So, thank you, JP. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. I just this is, right, kind of stepping away from our other conversation right now. I meant to do a test flight with it the other day, going from Heathrow to Edinburgh, just to test it, and I was like, no, it'll be fine. Well, there's little things that, you know, I have to kind of work out and figure out why stuff is not, you know, going the way that I thought it would. But it's, you know, it's a learning process. But anyway, so so as I was saying, you don't have to so much worry about some of the information. It's already there. You just have to pick your departure, your arrival, and all that. Okay, that's the big part of it. So I think once I get more comfortable with it, more familiar with it, it'll be fine. You know, like it'll get to the point where when I say, you know, let's talk to clearance, that my co-pilot Sandra, and you can change it. That's the great thing. Even right now, if I wanted to, I could go into the app and I could change the voices if I want to. Okay. So that's the cool thing, is I can do that even while I'm flying. What happens if, so then the plane is going to assume that you're going to the first nav point after departure, like you're going to go straight there. But the problem might be is that your what do you call it? Your speeds and all that might be completely off, because it's going to be looking for information. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. It never fails. Like, all right, let's wait for the ads to finish. Ooh, we got a nice tailwind. Look at that. Oh, appreciate that, Kev. Very kind of you.
United 865 contact Tokyo Center on 125.9er. Good day.
Okay.
125.9er, United 865.
So, and we're back. Thank you. So, basically, with the flight plan, once you have your navigation aligned, it will use that information basically to, it has like speeds and altitudes. Now, the speeds, of course, the plane, once you're up in the air and the system kind of takes over, it may go faster than what it should be. Now, I believe, and I don't know this for sure, but I think there's a way that you can tell you have like a speed restriction, and the plane won't speed up until it's past that point. There was a flight I think I did, I don't remember where it was, but like it had a speed restriction, and I couldn't go faster until I passed a certain waypoint, and then things kicked in. Okay, so the key is to try to have that information available so that the plane knows what to do, right? And then if the plane's not doing what you expected, then you can say, okay, this is what is supposed to be happening, but it's not. These are the steps I need to take to rectify it. So now let's look at and the great thing about it is, if with SimBrief and Navigraph, I can go in here. So ILS, it pulls up the chart automatically. It pulls up the chart for how we're getting into Guam today. And so when you come in, you can follow, your plane will show up on here following this flight path, within reason to the approach. But it also gives you stuff like your frequency that you're going to have to tune in. Sometimes it knows what to do. Yes, sometimes it does. And sometimes, even though you think it knows what to do, it does not. So we can look at this. We can pin this actually. So we can pull that up later. So you have a pinned area. You can save that. So you don't have to go back through and look. I can go and just find that, and I can even look at the airport information right here. I can pin that as well. So we're coming in on 6 left. That's a nice 12,000 foot runway. And then I can find there's also the elevation of the runway. So we can put all this information into our handy dandy little system down here. So elevation of 234. That one's higher. Look at that. Check that out. Just a smidge higher than 6 right. Just a few feet higher. That's interesting. Okay, so we come down here, and we're going to put in our runway information. So it's 12014, I believe, is the length. Low potential. Yep. And then our elevation for the runway is 234. Oops. Nope, wait. So now that information is in there. So here's the other thing. And this is why it's important to go through the tutorial for this plane. Not every carrier uses the heads-up display. Now, you can have your plane set up. It doesn't matter which livery you're using. You can have it set up the same in every plane, regardless of what when the airline orders the plane from Boeing, they say we want this, this, and this, and we don't want these things. Like some carriers will say we don't want Wi-Fi for our passengers. We don't want a first class cabin. We want nothing but cheap seats, basically. right? So you can have your plane set up however you want, and you can have them all set the same. So that no matter which one you use, everything is the same, okay? And you don't have to worry about ever changing anything, okay? So there's a way to go through all that, but if you go through the Ops Center Amela, you can get, there's a manuals for the 737 that you can go through, and then there's also one for the tutorial flight, the one that goes from like Portland, Oregon down to San Francisco. It's like an hour, little over an hour flying. And it's perfect because you can, even though you don't start up at the gate, that one you start on the runway. But once you get enough handle on the systems, then starting up at the gate, once you kind of develop your own sort of process, then it's like, it's easy as pie, as they say, right? So you just kind of get into a rhythm. You say, okay, I got to do these steps. I got to make sure these things are on. If I don't, then, yep, mother was a hamster, your father smelt of elderberries. That's right. So, you know, you develop that sort of process, and then you just, you know, you're like, okay, I got to do these things before I do this. Like, I almost forgot to disconnect the ground power and remove the chocks before I push back, and I hadn't even started up the APU. I would have had no power. You're welcome. So the other thing we got to do is we got to put in our so now we have that runway information in our system, and then we just come here and we go to the approach right here. We pull that back up, and then we, oops, no, that's not what I wanted. So we look at our 110.3. Hello, Debbie, how are you? I was like, wait, it's been so long since I've seen that name in there. So what did I say? 110.3. Okay. So then we put that in here and then transfer it. And then same thing over here. We put them in, I've always put them in.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached cruising altitude on this Lufthansa flight 237, flying
Nope.
from Frankfurt to London.
No.
We will be starting our snack and drink service shortly, and I'm
Check that out though.
Our delicious cheese platter and refreshing beverages are quite popular. After the service, we will also have items from the Lufthansa shop available for purchase. Cash is no longer accepted. Thank you for your attention and enjoy your
Everybody pull out their American Express cards. Check that out though. That's the cool thing. So once we have the correct flight information and all that, we're not on a Lufthansa flight. But you can, you know, why not? You can shop from the Lufthansa shop. Sure, okay. But that was pretty cool that they have that. So that's just my AI cabin crew. That's Caroline doing all that. That now that we're leveled off at 36,000 feet, it does all the stuff that you would expect from the system, you know, from a real world airline flight. You know, like, oh, okay, we're gonna do snacks and beverages and stuff like that. So yeah, there's just, that's the cool feature about all that. So once I have it really where it should be, it's going to be even better because it's going to do its thing. But anyway, I digress. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, that's what I'm flying at. You might catch up to me. I know you're in that plane. You're a little bit faster. Kev's at Okay, you guys are at 42,000 feet. You're way over there. All right. You're doing the direct too. That's why, I think. So oh, I almost forgot about the infidel story. Check this out. It turns out, Infidel and I were talking on Tuesday because we were thinking about we were talking about flying, and we were waiting to see if Kev was going to show up, but he didn't. Yep, it's a small world. Oh, we're gonna leave Kev behind. He's lagging. He's dragging ass. It turns out that Infidel and I were both in Hayfork when I was still in the Guard in California for the wildfires up in Hayfork. He was in the forest firefighting department, and he was there at the same time as me. And we were talking about it. He's like, we could have sat down near each other and had dinner and not even realized it. I was like, that's true. We could have, and we would have never. We didn't know. We just got to talking on Tuesday, and it turns out that we were both there at the same time. And yeah, it was crazy. But we were just kind of laughing about it, and that we were. We were in that neck of the woods at the same time, just in different parts, doing different things. I was a medic for the Guard and going to town, guys. Okay, this is a great stream like this. I appreciate it. JP, have fun in town. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. But yeah, so we just it was so funny that we were talking. He's like, yeah, wait, oh, okay, when would did you, I didn't, did you guys sit down to an ugly folks? Huh? Wait, I don't quite understand that one, Kev. Are you trying to type and fly at the same time again? You know how you guys are. Yeah, I'm confused about that one, Kev. No, it's just so like when the Guard gets active, if you're on state active duty, we eat from the same facility that the firefighters do, or first responders, or whoever. Like I've done flood duty, and it's the same crew basically that would normally feed the firefighters, the forestry firefighters. We ate from there as well. So they had like a small, it wasn't like a large, well, it was pretty decent size place for everybody to eat. And we'd be out all day and come back and just like, okay, we got to eat some dinner and all that. And Infidel was right. We may have sat near each other and ate and not even realized it at the time, because that was almost, yeah, chow hall, big old tent, yeah. So it was just funny that we were there at the same time and didn't even realize it. It's almost been 20 years since then, and we just got to talking, and I was like, yeah, I was there, and he was like, no way, I was there too. So it was just kind of cool to small world sort of thing, that two people from very different parts of that what do you call it, from different parts of the firing, from firefighting. And that, we weren't doing firefighting. The guys that we were supporting were basically kind of doing cleanup looking. So Now I was fortunate. There was me and 3 other medics. I had another male and 2 female medics, and one of the female medics, she was kind of cute. I won't lie. But no, there wasn't time for stuff like. Well, I'm sure some people made time for stuff, but no, there was just too much going on. You were just too tired at the end of the day. Like our PA wanted to chit chat at night once we got back, and I had to tell him, like, sir, we've been out all day. He's like, yeah, but I've been here by myself. The cute one. Well, I don't know. I don't know what infidel looks like, so I can't say. I've never met him in person, so. But yeah, it was just kind of weird that we both had been there in 2008, and that was my last time. That was the last big thing I did in the Guard before I went back on active duty. So, but yeah, it was just really odd that we were both there at that time, and so I had pictures. I gotta look to see if I can find them again, but I don't think I do. But I had pictures that I took, you know, off and on while we were up there, and it's some really beautiful country, you know, up there way northern California. So you're gonna eat some donuts. All right, that's cool. But yeah, that's my. I knew what you meant. That's my infidel story. We had, we just talked Tuesday. We just got to talking for a little bit, and I ended up flying. He went and did something else, and Kev no-showed as usual. So, yeah. Yeah, it was good. I think you would have enjoyed it being in the conversation, Kev, if you had popped into the Discord, but that's okay. But anyway, all right, on to other things. Let's see, what else do we have to talk about? Trying to think, because that was Tuesday. That was Tuesday. Yeah, because we were waiting to see if you were going to pop in to fly, and you were like, I think you messaged me and said, no, I'm not flying today. Well, yeah, we sat and talked for a little while, and then I ended up doing the flight. Real quick, so yeah. So yeah, going forward, for those of you who missed out at the beginning, and well, you've heard it while we've been in the air, I've got SayIntentions, which is an AI. They have an AI ATC. Now, if you were here at the beginning, you heard we were trying to get clearance, but it wasn't tuning into the correct frequency, even though I tried to tune it in manually. So there's some things that I need to work out as to getting things to work better, and I'll do that some point next week. I'll do another test flight. Next Saturday we'll be going from Mexico City to Panama City. So I missed the thing I was going to be at. Well, I don't know. We were waiting. We didn't know if you were going to fly or not. And then you messaged me and said no flight today. You weren't going to stream or anything, so. But no, it was. I did the flight in the little prop fighter trainer plane. It was a fun flight. I enjoyed it. Yeah, you missed the thing that you weren't going to be at anyway. There you go. That's it. That's exactly it. But we didn't know. Maybe you'd changed your mind. Oh, that's right. I forgot I changed the buttons. All right. So anyway, Oh, well. As I was saying before, you have all this information. It's great that it's available right here. I don't necessarily have to open up my app, other than if I want to make sure that I'm looking at the right information. But the great thing is now, so like, okay, that's the approach. So it didn't take the pin. So yeah, once you pin it, it's like JP say I'm late. Yeah. Once you pin it, you can just go here and it'll give you your, whatever you pin will be in here. And it just makes it easier, to find the information that you're looking for. Oops, that's not what I want. Okay. So we're now on the long legs of the flight. Now, you know what? I want to try this, because now we're going to try something a little bit different. Well, I'm going to wait till after the ads, and I'm going to go take a quick break while we're cruising along here. And we'll, I do got to get a pic. I'll leave you out here. I'll be right back, folks. I see that, Debbie. Already up to no good, huh? I just leave for a few seconds and you're talking about throwing out pins. Uh-huh. I see how you are. Good to see you, Debbie. Hopefully you're doing well. How are things in Texas? How are the Rangers doing? No, the Astros. Well, both of them. Why not? Nah. If you are, it's Kevin's fault. Let's see what else is there to talk about with this plane. We just had a pinstripe. There you go. I'll tell you, when I first bought the 737, and I bought the 800 first, I owned the 800, the 700, and the 600. Excuse me. They can be it can be very overwhelming learning this plane. because there is a lot to do. It's not like the stock A320. You hop in, you don't have to really worry about too much. You don't have to worry about calculating anything or whatever. It's bang, it's there. And you just hit the autopilot and hope that today the autopilot's going to behave itself. So, but this is something. To me, it felt like a once you get to grips with this plane, it feels like there's a sense of achievement, right? That you have gotten to grips with a plane that is a bit more, it's more complex than the stock planes are. Yeah, I know. So, but there, planes like that, I think, have, like the Vision Jet, the Honda Jet, stuff like that. They have SimBrief integration, so it helps when you have an account because there's more information that gets, in theory, there should be more information that gets brought into the system because you've made a flight plan and all that. So it's just I enjoy it. I enjoy the learning aspect of it. It can be stressful at times, especially when you're trying to get things set up for a flight. Like if I fly this plane with Kev, for instance, on one of his Tuesday streams, there's a lot of added stress because I'm trying to get everything done in order to join the flight, get the flight plan together and all that. So there is that sense of urgency, right? But it's I think it's quite rewarding that if you can once you get a handle on it, I think it's a lot of fun. Now the cool thing is, I'm going to show you this feature. This is something that apparently they've had, but I never used before. Okay. So let's go up here and click on this. Where was it? No, that's not it. There's a way to get to... There it is. Okay, so check this out. And this is something that I think they implemented into the... into here. I'll wait till after the ad's done. Okay. Almost done. Oh, matter of fact, while we're... Okay, now that we're back. All right, so if you look, I was kind of changing some stuff here in the. So we have these massive lakes coming up. We got 306 nautical miles, 244, and then 197. Now, what PMDG have done, and when I talked to somebody from them when I was at Flight Sim Expo, they said this has been something that's been available. I just never knew about it. Time compression. So check this out. I can turn this on, right? Now let's see. So check that out. We're going quicker to our next nav point. Look how quick that's happening. We're moving a little bit faster. And if I change this to, or if we turn this off, now I've only set it, set only as far as 4 times time compression. Look at that. So it'll change back to normal time to go through that nav point, and then it will go right back to that 4 time. Well, no, what it is that you can, so one of the things that they were talking about, no, I'll turn this off now. I just wanted to show that off a little bit. If you want to do a long haul flight, like say JFK to Heathrow, that's like at least 6 or 7 hour flight, right? You can compress. It's mainly for the cruise portion. You know, like, look, we got all these massive distances right now, right? So you can speed up the time you will get across those long legs much quicker. Now, what you can also do is, let's say I step away, because some people, what they would do is they would take off, they get to their cruise level, and it's going to be such a long flight that they're like, oh man, I got errands to run, I got stuff to do, whatever. So let's say you have to leave your computer. You can use a thing what they call pausing at the top of the descent. So when you are near your top of descent, the sim will automatically pause the game. Your simulator will pause, right? And you will basically, it will stay paused until you come back to finish the descending into your airport. So that way you don't have to worry about, you're like, oh crap, I got to get home because I might miss my top of descent. Let's say your appointment runs later than you expected. So you can use that also as a way to, that if you have to step away, you're like, oh, I have that feature on, so I don't have to worry about missing anything. So that's a cool feature. So when we do the flight eventually across the Atlantic, we're going to use that to get across the Atlantic much quicker. It's kind of like putting on the afterburners without, I mean, you burn fuel. It's not like the plane just suddenly goes into like a frozen state and you come across and you're like, oh, I got all this fuel. Wants to have a talk with you, I know, huh? But they, you know, like, their way of thinking about it was that there's people who want to do the long haul flight. So like planes like the 777, for instance, it's not a short haul plane. It's meant to do long haul flights across the Atlantic, for instance, or from like it's not a short haul plane like the 737s are. They're short to medium. So, but you can use that to complete the flight much quicker. Now, the only thing I don't know is how it would impact when you land at your destination. What does FS Hub get from that sort of, how does that interact with it? If I do normally a 6-hour flight in 3 hours, would I get credit for the 6-hour flight, or where would it fall under? So I don't know that aspect of it. Now, while we're cruising along here, I wanted to see if I can't figure out why this isn't quite going the way I would hoped it would with this video. Like it's instead of it being stretched like it should be, I'm trying to figure out how I would change the see, I can't change anything. Page 50 and landed page 53. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Kev, do you hold on a second, I gotta drink some water here. Hey, throat's a little dry today, I don't know why. Probably because I'm like talking so much. I can't figure out why my screen has changed where everything seems to be compressed on the there on Twitch. And maybe I can't change anything because I'm already streaming, so it won't allow me to. Okay, it's just on my end. It shows it like it's kind of compressed, like the but it just may be something on my end. I don't know. Okay. So it looks like a wide screen, right? Like you can see from side to side. Like, it's a widescreen look. Okay. All right. Then everything's fine. Okay. It just doesn't look the same to me. I don't know. Let's see what other. Both hands. See, now Kev says it doesn't look right. I don't know if he's being funny. I'll take Infidel's word for it. Since we're homies now. What else was I going to talk about? Let's see. I had a. Trying to think what other stuff I had. The HUD, yeah. Kev does not like the fact that I have a HUD on my 737. He admonishes me whenever I fly with it. When we fly on Tuesdays and I pop up my screen. Oh, that zoomed to the HUD. This is the normal view. Yeah, that's right. Debbie says she likes the HUD. That's the normal view. Now, it does appear, I will say this, it does appear that there's like a, like technically it should be right about here. Right. There's some information, but if I see it, it scoots down. No, we're right where we're supposed to be. So even if I go back here, that's the normal view. See, between 2 and 4, there's no major change. 5 comes over here. 4 and 2 are the same. This is how I normally fly it. I think he just wants to. He's like, oh, I can look out the window now. There's no HUD there. Everything's much better now. Watch, that's exactly. No, it looked right. Okay. I mean, the HUD does sit kind of in front of the panel, you know, at this angle. So it may appear like it's zoomed in. I mean, there is information that if it was projected correctly, all this information would be showing. But I don't know if it's just I don't know what the deal is, to be honest. All right. Oh, we gotta shut off our center fuel pumps. All right, we got 17,000 pounds of fuel left. Are we gonna get there with enough fuel? Oh my goodness. Oh no. It's in setting field of view. Huh? Well, like I just fly like this. I mean, it works for me at least. I know it doesn't sit well with some folks, but I like the view the way it is. It works for me. I just kind of got used to it. So, all right. So we are almost at the end of our longest leg of the flight, which was 300 some odd nautical miles. We got one more super long leg of 244 to get to Tegod, and then just under 200 nautical miles to Terry, and then 155 to Gaia's, and then once between Terry and Gaia's is when we should start our descent. Let's check in on our first officer. Sandra, is everything okay on your side?
I'm not really trained to handle VFR comms. I'm more of an IFR guy.
And that's what I appreciate about you, Sandra.
It's a VFR. I'm not really supposed to be helping you with the comms unless it's IFR.
Okay. Thank you for pointing that out.
I'm not really trained to handle VFR comms. I'm more of an IFR guy.
Yes, and I got that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm really only trained to handle VFR-related comms.
Okay, Sandra, I'll take care of the comms from now on. Thank you.
I'm not really trained to handle VFR comms. I'm more of an IFR guy.
Now, I think she told me several times, and I'm trying to like, yeah, I get it. But in one ear, not the other, huh? Anyways, well, we'll figure that out. Oh, I'll get to the bottom of that. Why it's no, it's not, because we're not on. Sandra sounds just like Debbie would. I don't know. No, because this is United Airlines route. The ones out of Narita, I think, or actually the ones were out of Tokyo Haneda. This was Narita, so I don't think we have company routes out of Narita, only Tokyo Haneda. So, but no, I thought it would. I'd check just to see, but I think the ones that we had out of Tokyo Haneda are all for JAL Airlines, Japanese Air. Let's see what else is there. So yeah, we're doing pretty good on time, actually. I mean, we still got a couple big legs to go, but we've been streaming for an hour 50. Although we haven't been flying for that long. Probably been flying for maybe almost 50 minutes out of that hour, almost an hour long flying. So no, I found. So here's, I'll kind of, before the ads start, I'll give you kind of a rundown on what I do. Just give it a country sound, yeah. Well, there's different voices. That's the thing. There's different. I can change it, but we'll stick with Sandra. It's just things aren't going quite the way as expected, but that's okay. We'll leave Sandra alone. So, when will you stop with my mother-in-law jokes? What do you call it? So part of what I'm doing right now when it comes to my flight plans, I'm looking for places that I've not visited yet. Guam was one of them. So we're visiting countries that I'm basically capturing the flags, for lack of a better term. Because there's an achievement. You visit so many countries, you get an achievement through FS Hub. So whenever I'm looking at a flight, I get on, there's a website called Flight Radar 24. Most people who follow aviation already go to Flight Radar 24. So usually any kind of flight, you can look if you have like an airport code for a destination that you want to fly to. So, for instance, I looked up P-Gum, and it turns out there's a flight from a United Airlines flight from Narita to Guam. And so it was like, okay, I'll use the flight number. I have a United Airlines livery, and this it won't allow you to put it in. Yeah, there's a couple other places you can look, but see, so also if you look at Flight Radar 24 and you look up UAL 865, the plane will probably look very similar to this one. It just so happens that I have the scimitar wing. Yeah, you can't put a link in. So the split wing thing, right? So that's the cool part. And so I have a, are you talking about, I know which other website you might be talking about, Infidel. I can't remember the name of it, but I think I know what it is. So I can use the flight number, and if I have a plane that looks similar to that, that's even better. So it looks a bit more realistic, right? So that's the method behind the madness when we do a flight. I try to find something that is as close to what is real, as much as possible. So that's how I get this information. I see Infidel. Where'd Kev go? He was right there. Yeah, Flight Aware. Yeah. Flight Aware is it. Yep. That's the one I was thinking of. I like Flight Radar 24 because when you go into the, let's say you want to look at Heathrow, you can look and see which runways they're departing from. So let's say you're going to fly out of Heathrow, you can expect, okay, I should be flying out of this this is the departure runway that I should expect to get, kind of thing. So you can build your flight plan around that, So, and you can track a flight. Like when I fly to California at the end of October, when I fly the first leg, I will put out the flight number so you can follow the flight on Flight Radar 24 from Birmingham to Dallas Love, and then the next one from Dallas Love to Sacramento. So you can follow my trip. So, but that's, when I'm looking at making a flight, or creating my flights for the weekend, putting my schedule together, basically. That's how I do it. Now, if there's not a regular scheduled, jetliner service, guess what we use? We could use the DC-3. We could always use different planes for the flight, just to make it happen. Because we don't have every aircraft that's ever been built in the sim, because that would be a lot of planes. So we can use something different, and that's where the DC-3 sometimes comes in. So unfortunately, for the next several Saturdays, we have jetliner stuff. I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, but we will get back to a DC-3. I'll tell you when exactly. Hold on. Oh, the 6th of September, going to the Maldives. is when next time we'll be in the DC-3. Yeah, I keep notes. I write down as much information so that whenever, if I have to make a change, yep, I have a notebook. And then, so I have stuff all the way out to when I do that flight in October, that Birmingham to Dallas Love to Sacramento. So that keeps me on track, and then I can change the dates as needed. We can't be friends anymore. Sure we can, Kev. It's okay. Well, I have keep track of all that so that I know, unless something happens and I change like I did last Saturday, we won't talk about that right now. Will we? No, because then somebody's feelings might get hurt. But no, I try to keep a schedule so that way I know when I'm flying, our departure and our destination. I research the departure route for a couple different runways so I kind of know what to expect. Now, the tricky part is some of that stuff changes when the AIRAC data changes, so the names might change slightly. That's right. Well, you do now, Kev. Welcome to the club. Yeah. So, but even if I change something, I make the notes, like I adjust the dates in my notes and I adjust it on the Discord. So that way everybody's aware that, there's a change to the schedule. So like the 777 is bumped to the end of the month for the time being. We're going to get that flight done across the Atlantic, one way or the other. All right, Infidel. Let's see what else. So yeah, I have everything already planned out all the way to October. Now, here's the deal with that. If somebody says, "Hey, can you fly to," let's say, Debbie says, "Can you do a flight that you land at Houston, right?" Well, I need to know which Houston airport. Are we talking about Bush Intercontinental or are we talking about Hobby? Because I think there's the two there in Houston. No, let me wait for the ads to finish. Kev, where'd you go? I don't see you over there next to Infidel anymore. You still in the air? No, I do not. I'm not that organized. No, I like to have the flights schedule, so I know in advance. It's not just a last minute. I am looking back. I don't see you anywhere. You must be just over the horizon. That's okay. No, I prefer to have the schedule so that if I have to cancel a stream, for instance, I know what the last flight was and what the next one was supposed to be, and then I can shift everything accordingly. if I have to cancel something and I'm running out of time before like my trip in October, then either I will move that until after I get back, or I'll do it. You see infidel and you, but not you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you're just a little bit behind them. Have you're a fly by the sea. Well, like even like when we fly on Tuesdays, we like to know in advance. I'd like to be prepared for the flight. That's why we talk about 30 minutes prior. Okay, which flight are we going to do? The short or the medium? Which annoys Kevin sometimes, because he's just like, I don't know. If it's over water, then it's just like, no, we're not flying that one. But that's okay. That's his thing. So no, I try to have everything planned in advance so that you guys also know what to expect from the stream. If it's something you're like, ooh, I've never seen this location, like I don't think any of us have ever seen Guam before. So this is the first time that we're all going to Guam. You see islands right below you. Okay, that's good. So that's the reasoning behind the madness, for lack of a better term. We have I have a schedule so that you know what I'm going to be doing. I put the type of aircraft I'm going to be flying. So if you say, oh, I want to fly with you and I'm going to take this plane, you're prepared in advance for it. So it helps the people who want to fly with me also prepare. What else is there? But no, I try to have a sense of realism for the flight as well. The flight number. This is a United Airlines flight with. Yeah, I know smoking signs on. And look, you ready for this? Check this out. There's the galley switch, and it's on. The cabin utility has been on the entire time. Check this out. It's not smoking. That's the normal contrail you get when you're flying. It's been on time. But check this out. You ready for this? Caroline, when you have a moment, would you bring me a cup of hot coffee, please?
Of course, Captain. I'll bring you a cup of hot coffee right away.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, Captain. I'm here to help with anything you need.
I'm going to enjoy a delicious cup of hot coffee, and Kevin can't have any. Caroline, would you also bring me a something to eat?
Of course, Captain. I'll bring you a snack right away.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome, Captain. I'm here to help with anything you need.
And that's the part where people got in trouble, Infidel. Somebody says, anything, huh? Oh, let's just see how far this will go. And that's why people got their accounts suspended permanently. It's that anything. That's people say, oh, well, now, you say anything, huh? Uh-huh. And that's where people got in trouble. That's why they had to have that. When you sign up, it tells you don't be vulgar, don't curse, don't whatever. Basically, don't abuse the AI, right? But there's some people who will be like, you know what? I want to test the boundaries. But as long as you are professional, and you say, okay, I thank you, appreciate it, whatever, it's all good. Even though some people might say, anything, huh? Well, now, what does anything really mean? But we're not going to find out, because I just got this thing started. I don't want to lose my account. But I can have my coffee, even though I don't drink coffee. I'm having my tea. But I just thought I'd ask for coffee just because I knew it would just... Kev's like, "Ugh, he's getting coffee and I don't have anything." So kind of like, remember when Scruffy had that Alicia AI and you could interact with her? It's no different, but there's a limit to the interaction. So that's the fun part, is that I can like a real person would, a real captain would call back and ask the, cabin crew, hey, can you bring me something to drink, something to eat, whatever. So, that's the cool part about it. You just have to be very careful of what you say. Whereas Alicia, it was more of a, chatty kind. Alicia would get, or Soxy was his AI. Soxy would get a little saucy, for lack of a better term, in some of the chats. I don't have to ask if you don't want to get smacked with the frying pan, you say, could you bring me a cup of coffee, please? Because if you say, where's my coffee, how come you didn't bring me, you're going to get the frying pan, Kev. Come on now, let's be honest. Okay, you ready, Joseph? Caroline, I have a passenger at the very, very back of the plane who's requesting some tea. Would you bring it to him, please?
Of course, Captain. I'll bring a cup of tea to the passenger at the back right away.
Thank you. He's located right next to the onboard toilet at the back of the plane.
Understood, Captain. I'll bring the tea to the passenger next to the onboard toilet in the back of the plane.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, Captain. I'm here to help with anything you need.
There we go. Well, I told her exactly where Joseph would be sitting. I will bring the passenger located right by the onboard toilet at the back of the plane. Yep. Well, and see, that's what, when I signed up for the service, it says that if you talk to them like you would, if you're courteous, that that's the way it's supposed to be. if somebody who uses the AI system becomes abusive to the AI, which, you know, like, okay, it's just a program, right? What difference should it make? But if you're, you know, no, because then Caroline's probably going to smack them. And see, that's another thing. Like, if somebody, no, Kev, I'm not going to ask that. No, I told you, no, I'm not going to jeopardize, because that could be one of those things that if you ask something, they might say that crossed the line with the AI. So basically, what it is, you're treating the AI like it's a real person, like a normal captain of the airline would do, you know. So, which I think is cool, you know. But it's a level of maturity that you don't go like, oh yeah, let me ask you about the Mile High Club. Then it's just, you know, that's but I like that you know, when we took off, you know, or like we were taxiing, we got the safety briefing like you normally would. We took off, we'll start the in-cabin service. No, that's another thing. No, anything that's deemed inappropriate like that they could say, you might get a warning, but they could also say, you know, no, that was just uncalled for. So no, there's lines I'm not going to cross to jeopardize, because I think it's a cool thing to have. It adds a different dimension to the stream for everybody to enjoy, you know. And there's there's depth, there's layers to the AI. Like, you can even set it up like, let's say there's a possibility. No, so what I did, Amela, I mapped 3 different buttons on my yoke. One is for ATC. That's my lower, on the left part of the lower left of the yoke. On the upper part of the yoke, that allows me to talk to my co-pilot, Sandra. And the one on the right is the cabin crew. So, for instance, so you pick a person that's going to represent that part of the AI. So they got male voices, female voices. They got professional sounding, you know, Caroline's professional. They have funny ones. So if you want a smart aleck, you can have that. But either way, you're not supposed to, there's a line you're not supposed to cross, even if they're like a funny co-pilot or a funny cabin crew member. But I push a button, like when I want to talk to Caroline, I push the right button down and hold it, and I speak into my mic. You set all that up in advance so that she responds to my voice. If I say, Caroline, could you do this, for instance, you know, like bring Joseph T at the back of the plane. I won't have, I don't know if it would recognize me say his name specifically, but if I say a passenger, you know, like Bex's birthday's Monday, and so when I ask Caroline to bring chocolate cake to somebody in first class, that's for Bex for her birthday. Although I haven't said anything about her birthday yet. But stuff like that, that's stuff that you know, like if you were flying and they happen to know that it's your birthday, the captain might say, hey, can we do something special for the passenger? But you know, they would talk on the intercom phone. Basically, that's like what we're doing, is talking on the intercom phone that is right there at the front of the plane. You know, that the senior cabin person would talk to the captain or the first officer, you know, on the flight deck. So but you can, so like in the cabin, you can also have the possibility of a incident happening where the cabin, whoever you have as your voice in the cabin, will call you and say, hey, we've got like an unruly passenger, we have a medical emergency, kind of thing. So there's depths to it as well. That's the cool thing. You can make it like there's a 20% chance that something serious is going to happen during the flight, that your cabin crew is going to alert you, like we have a sick passenger, or we have a yeah, there you go. So there's layers to it that you can add on, or not add, well, that you can activate basically. So but there's different voices, like but they're adding more, I think, as time goes on. So or there may be bringing some in and taking some out, I don't know, but it's a pretty neat product, I think. I think once it's working the way that I think it should, or that I hope it will, then it's like it just adds another layer to the flights, to the sim, to my streams basically. So like when we do the DC-3 flight, in a couple, next month, that's not a IFR flight. I'll probably have to handle the communication myself. But when you have a flight plan filed, theoretically, Sandra is supposed to be able to handle all the things like getting the clearance for our IFR flight to Guam, and it didn't work. I think for whatever reason the data didn't populate into SayIntentions so that it would pick up the correct flight number and all that kind of stuff. So, all right, let's have a look here real quick. So yeah, there's our top of descent right there, just before Gaia's. So we're almost there. We're getting there. I'm just going to leave it out here. So I just think it's a cool thing to have, to use that sort of information, or to use that sort of thing to add a bit more to the stream. So and then we also have Joseph's favorite sound. So no, I just have to hold down that button long enough to ask them, or talk to them, and then once I'm done talking, I release the button. And then you can have it set up like Caroline calls me Captain, right? Or I think at the beginning she called me Captain Robert, and then Sandra's calls me Robert. She doesn't recognize my rank. She's being a bit mean today, I think. She's not happy about this flight, I don't think. Typical. But going back to what I was talking about earlier, even though I have a schedule, if somebody says, hey, can you do this flight? I think what I'm going to do, the new, well, I don't want to call it the new rule. the here, okay. The standard is going to be this, and I don't. There's very little wiggle room. There's, well, as they say, captain's discretion. If you ask me for a flight, I need to know, are you wanting me to depart from somewhere specifically, or do you want me to land somewhere specifically? Okay. The airport that you're asking me to land at, if it's a small airport, I'm not going to try to fly a 737 in there. I will find an appropriate plane to land at that airport, because I'm not going to make a fool of myself trying to land a pretty decent sized jetliner on a very small runway. Is it possible to do? Yes. Will I? No. It's a bit foolish. Okay. I will give you options with regards to that flight, but this is like a contract between you and I. If you ask for a flight, if you're expecting me to do that, I expect you to be there. Okay. Whether you're there for the takeoff or the landing, you pop in somewhere in between and say, "Hey, I'm here. How's the flight?" At least acknowledge that I'm doing the flight for you. Okay. I know life happens, and at least reach out to me and say, "Hey, I'm meant to be there. Had a family emergency, whatever." I'll watch the VOD. I'll leave a thumbs up. Because it's just a bit of respect that my time means something to you. If it doesn't mean something to you, A, please don't ask me to do something if it doesn't mean anything to you. B, if there's no acknowledgement of any kind, then you will find yourself on what I call the no-fly list. The no-fly list does not mean you're banned from the streams or anything like that. It just means that you are no longer allowed to ask me to do a flight. Okay? I thought long and hard about this because I don't mind doing things for folks. And part of that does include it comes with changing my schedule around a little bit. If I can't do it on that Saturday, I'll try to give you a time frame of when I can do the flight for you. Super duper long flights, unless I'm going to do it at a 777 and I can compress the time so that I'm not stuck here at the computer for 11 hours. That's a different, but try to keep it no more than 3 hours. But if it's going to be too much, I'll find an alternate departure, and it may just be an hour and a half long instead of 3 hours. So I will give you alternatives. Okay. So that's my that's how we're going to operate things going forward. I don't mind doing a special flight if you give me enough time to come up with something. I'll do it. But like I said, I appreciate your presence as well. So just don't be a lurker and not say anything. It's better that you say something than nothing at all. because I don't know. I can't say for sure that you were lurking. You know. So. Yeah. You know, yeah, that seems to be, like, do this flight now around the world. I'm waiting. Yeah. See, I wouldn't, like, around the world stuff. That's a lot of stuff to go through. Is it possible? Yes. But many people, I think it starts off well intentioned, then life gets in the way, and you're just kind of like, it kind of slows down. And it's a lot of stuff to figure out where you're going to go to next. How are you going to get there? You know. Yeah, I've had that before too. Oh, do a barrel roll on the 737. No, I'm not going to do a barrel roll on the 737. No, it's not designed for that. No, I just think it's you know, it's mutual respect. I don't mind doing things for people. I just hope that you're there and you appreciate the effort. If you don't, you go on the no-fly list because it's clear my time doesn't mean anything to you. You know, and that's the part that I've thought very long about this. You know, I don't like putting down my foot, but I have to, in a way, because otherwise people will take advantage of my good nature, and for years I think, unfortunately, I've allowed that to happen a little too much. So it's a matter of protecting my sanity to have to put my foot down. So, it's unfortunate that it has to happen, but it does. So, but yeah, that's basically the situation. Yeah, it's just well, part of it is I'll frame it like this. For many years in my time in the military, in the Army, my time was wasted, right? And there's nothing I can do about it. You know. And it took a toll on me. And so now I can, to a degree, do something about it. If you ask me to do something, I'll give you options, and I can do it on this day. I'll message you if it's not on Saturday. I'll say I'm going to go live at this time on this day to do your flight. But if you don't respect my time, then what am I doing? What's the point? Especially if you don't acknowledge that I did something for you. So no, there just has to be rules in place to keep that from happening. So that's the deal. Yeah. All right, I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. All right. Now that we got that all out of the way. I will not be flying with you later today, Kev. Just letting you know, I'm going to be playing golf with somebody else on their stream today at about 12:30 my time. So I hope you and Infidel have a good flight. I'm not sure which one you're going to do, but hopefully you have a good one. Just letting you know now that don't expect me there. I'll be lurking in the stream. I'll have it on in the background. But today is golf day. Pardon me, I'm snacking on some beef jerky. I was just thinking the other day about the fact that I'll be gone on Veterans Day. I will be coming back the day after Veterans Day this year. So I think what we'll do that Saturday, even though it's going to be after the fact, I do like to do a Veterans Day flight. Mixed lurking. Ask Pulse, are we still doing golf later today, or is the plans have changed? Oh, for Battlefield 6? A lot of people are excited about it. I hope it goes okay, golf's still on. Cool. So let me look at my calendar here. September, October, November. So that'd be November 15th. That'd be the first stream after I come back from the trip to California. Also, I will be posting, well, I guess you'll get pictures of me flying across country this time instead of taking the train. What you will probably get during the trip when I'm flying is cloud pictures. I do love taking pictures of the clouds. You'll get the artsy-fartsy rain shot if it's raining. And like if we're taxiing and you got the rain's just pouring down the little window or whatever, that's your artsy-fartsy shot. I wish I was going at a time where the weather would be a little bit better, because I'd really like to get to Yosemite when I'm out there for a trip, but I don't think it's going to be possible. So yeah, on the 15th we're going to do a flight to Reagan National. Let's look at the possibilities here. I have a plan, or I have an idea. There it is. All right, we are going to go from Miami to Reagan National. Yep. Miami to Reagan National. Will be our flight on the 15th of November. I have, let's see, how much farther? Well, 29 nautical miles to Tegdo, or Tedgod. Tegod, not Ted, Tegod. And then 197 to Terry, and then 155 to Gaius. And then, but we'll start our descent before Gaius. Let me just zoom in a little bit so I don't start to freak out and think that we got to descend soon. So yeah, we still got a little bit to go. So yeah, we'll do that flight on that Saturday. I did like Battlefield 3. I think that's the last one I played. Maybe 3 or 4. I can't remember which one. It's been a long time. We'll take the 700, I think, up the coast to Reagan National. Maybe this time, because last time we did it for Memorial Day, we didn't use the Potomac approach. But it came in the other direction. But we'll see what the weather's like on that day. So, no, I'm not taking the Stearman up the coast. No, that's too long. No. You're more than welcome to fly the Stearman all the way up. You're gonna have to stop several times for fuel. No, that's right, you don't, because you don't use fuel during your flights usually. Uh-oh. Maybe it was on a certain time limit. No, I don't. Oh, that's too much. I couldn't hand fly the Stearman all the way up. No, that's too much. If I had absolutely nothing else to do that day, well, I'll put it to you like this. Oakland? Why would I be talking to Oakland?
118.4 United 865. Goodbye. Oakland Center United 865 flight level 360.
United 865 Oakland Center radar contact continue.
Oakland Center's all the way. How? Wait, no. What? We're way out in the middle of nowhere. You're telling me Oakland, which is way over here, not anywhere close. Why would we? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Why would I be talking to Oakland? Wow. Okay. Well, they got one heck of a reach. If we're talking Oakland Center, we're over the Pacific. I can understand maybe if we were talking to, if we were on our way to Hawaii, but all right, let's have a look real quick inside here. All right. Ooh, nope, that's not what I wanted. Okay. £12,000 of fuel left. All right. All right, let's just kind of look at our. Okay. All right, we're almost there, folks. We'll be starting our descent here pretty soon. Yep. I'm a good flight. Other than a little hiccups this morning, it's been good. Appreciate everybody being here. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. If not, you know who to talk to. He is the complaint department manager. Back there at the back of the plane. Now, I wonder. No, I'm not going to do it. If I say, you remember that? If I tell Caroline, remember that passenger you brought the tea to? Apparently, he's become unruly. Would you handle the situation? Handcuff him to his seat. Well, hopefully Bex has been lurking. She didn't say hi about her chocolate cake. Bex, if you're lurking, happy early birthday to you. Hopefully it's an enjoyable day for you. If not, somebody's got a lot to be jerky. Give the guy a parachute. No. There's nothing but water here. Just let him fall. He'll figure it out on the way down. Let's turn into a cannonball. See what happens. Seatbelt across the mouth. Wow. Dang, Debbie, that's pretty harsh. Remind me never to fly sitting next to you. You'd probably try to steal the seatbelt that they use for the safety. Engines turn or people swim. There you go. We are E-Tops. Racing, get Joseph to talk to him. That will do it. Well, that's Joseph would be talking to himself then. That's who I was talking about. He got the tea at the back of the plane next to the onboard bathroom. All right, so there we are. So 160, that's 320. So we're about $240, almost 240 out. Hold on, let me look. Yep, now I do. You and Infidel are almost neck and neck. So we're about 240 nautical miles out from our top of descent. So here's what we'll do. Let's see. We got so we're reaching, it says we're supposed to reach Terry at 0858. So that's about 15 minutes from now. No, almost 20 minutes from now. 409 from landing, okay. So if we save, we got 20, say, all right, so we'll kind of approximate. Caroline, we should be reaching our top of descent in about 40 minutes. You might want to finish up cabin service, please.
Understood, Captain. I'll wrap up the cabin service shortly.
Thank you very much. You and the cabin crew have been absolutely fabulous this flight. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Captain. It means a lot to us. We're here to ensure everything goes smoothly for our passengers.
Well, you've done a top-notch job today.
Thank you so much, Captain. I really appreciate your kind words. We're all here to make this flight enjoyable for our passengers.
Lies, all lies. Nope. Ready? Being so nice to the air. Well, that's you get a nice response. You know? Wouldn't you want if you were Kevin? What does she have on you? I can't say in front of flight company, Infidel. No, after all date keep talking like that. No. Yeah. I've seen the original. I did like number 2. The Terminator 2 was actually a great movie. Quite enjoyed that one. The rest of them after that just kind of like didn't care for them. But Terminator 2 was that was a fantastic movie. It's on purpose. Why does the 737 look like it's climbing a bit? This was a question that was asked a long time ago. So the reason why it flies that is the engines. It helps with the airflow of the engine. I always wondered that too. Why does it always, when you look at it, the nose is always up? That's it's trimmed properly to get the most air through the engines. Flight profile. There you go. That's my understanding. Was it's the, because if the noses were down, then the air wouldn't flow properly into the engines to keep them going. But that is that's the correct flight profile. The A320 does the same thing. I think all of them, all jetliners they fly a certain way for the airflow. Or it just appears, because if you look at where the horizon is, the nose is up, but the airflow is what's feeding it, or what's the reasoning. Looks like we have a sunset landing here in Guam. There you go. What Kev said too. Is that why your truck is always pointing up as well? You're using a little bit too much wing when you're driving? There is? What? Nuh-uh. Are you saying that you need O2 at this level, Kev, normally? If it's not a pressurized cabin? Yes. I thought there would have been more people joining you on the convoy last night, Kev. Well, at least Joe Thomas was there. I don't know if Figster ended up joining. We'll check this out. Let's put over them. Yeah, I don't think that's working in your favor. Somehow the pin still finds you. So I don't think they have. Yeah. I don't know, is there one? Oh, no, that's the. Just the ones on the side. Okay. Yep, this is the Evo. This is the merger livery after United and Continental merged years ago. So United agreed to carry the Globe from Continental. I think that's a permanent thing. The colors of the Globe and all that will, I think, have changed over the years, but yeah, the merger that was part of the agreement. Yeah, I do. I think I was talking about this earlier. I was, for whatever reason, I was nervous flying this plane. But once you get a hold of, get a handle on it, it's it's really fun to use for your flights. I think all the PMDG stuff is quite amazing. Um, I know some people kind of like, nah, I would never. I think they do a pretty darn good job for their. Um, and I didn't think I would ever become a fan. Initially, yeah, yeah, it was good that he did. Um, I didn't really have a high opinion of them, but over time they've really kind of changed my my perceptions of them. I really wish I had spoken to Mr. Randazzo at Flight Sim Expo. I meant to shake his hand and say hi to him and all that. He's one of those people that a lot of people wanted to speak with him. So yeah, but no, and I've subscribed to their YouTube channel. They do regular updates. Um, for what they're working on, stuff like that. Um, so it's pretty cool. Ooh, a little bit of ooh. Well, that was we just had a little bit of significant turbulence there. Not really significant, but we had a pretty significant gust up here. I think. Let's just have a look here. Let's go back to. Not the jet streams. Turbulence. Ooh, okay, so we are way. Okay. Yep. We're entering the turbulence area here. You're here. Okay. What am I supposed to do with that information, Joseph? Were you supposed to be somewhere else? We are near India. No. I don't believe so. We're closer to the Philippines than India. Wherever you are, there you aren't. That's right. Yeah, we're not anywhere near India. I said turbulence, not turbulence. There's the old saying from Buckaroo Banzai, no matter where you go, there you are. Yeah. Well, the sunsets usually do. Turbulence. Oh yeah, Buckaroo Banzai. That's a fantastic movie. I'm going back to bed. I'm trying to figure out how to explain it. It's like a sci-fi comedy, bit of action. It's just it's kind of a goofy movie, but it's it's one of those movies that's not for everybody. But I don't know. It's a fun movie. The guy who played RoboCop, Peter Weller, is the star. He's like this he's a rock and roll musician who happens to also be like a brain surgeon. Yeah, it probably wouldn't be made today, that's for sure. And there's like these interdimensional aliens that try to take over the Earth, and he's trying to fight them, and it's a crazy movie, but like I said, it's not. Most people who would watch it today, kind of like Blazing Saddles. Yep. Probably wouldn't appreciate it. It's not everybody's cup of tea, as the saying goes. But it's a fun movie. I think let's see, Peter Weller was in it. Jeff Goldblum was in it. Who else? There's a couple. There's some actors in there who were kind of big at the time. All right, Infidel. Who, it was just one of those kind of zany movies. There was always supposed to be a sequel, but it never. Well, yeah. I drank it all on the flight, Kev, just so that you didn't have any. Oh, speaking of which. Caroline, could you bring me one more cup of coffee? I'd like to have one before we get ready to land.
Of course, Captain. I'll bring you another cup of coffee right away.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, Captain. I'm here to help with anything you need.
There you go. There's that anything. That anything means I'm having another cup of coffee at Kev's expense. Tea and cake, you can't beat it. No. I've been so I don't drink coffee anymore, but I drink Japanese green tea in the mornings. I only limit myself to 1 cup because it does have caffeine in it. So I get my caffeine fix, but I don't get the acid from the tea and cake, yeah. So I order it in bulk from Amazon. So no, I don't think the AI would get that reference. I think there's limits. Like she'd probably go like, "Sure, I'll do that. I'm here to do." But nah. Well, Kev always harps crumpets, mate. Crumpets. Tea and crumpets. Well. Cake, crumpets, potato, tomato, tomato. Then you have Joseph, who loves his fish finger sandwiches and meat pie. When you say meat pie, we're not talking about pizza either. I know. I know. I am versed in the what the Brits eat. I'm cultured, although I've been accused of not being cultured. Ooh, sausage and egg sandwich. Yeah, that sounds good. I've not, speaking of that, I've not had a McDonald's breakfast in ages, and I've been meaning to get some sausage egg McMuffins. I do miss the McDonald's breakfast. All right, we should be coming up to our top of descent here pretty soon. In about, say 90 nautical miles, give or take. Got plenty of fuel left. We'll make it. We won't run out of fuel. I know Joseph's looking at that fuel gauge going like, I think we're going to run out of fuel. Rob, you're going to run out of fuel. Nope. We'll have plenty to get there. Yep, crumpets. See, that's like what we call English muffins over here. When I looked at crumpets, that's what it reminds me of, the Thomas English muffins that some people use for breakfast. Ooh, breakfast. I do like a good breakfast burrito. Oh. Matter of fact, one place I used to work at there in California, they'd have one of those food trucks that would come in the morning. You get a chorizo and egg breakfast burrito. Oh, good stuff. But chorizo is not for everybody. It's a bit spicy. Thank you for giving us the giant McRib, Kev. Appreciate the biddies. Thank you again for giving Infidel a subscription to the channel. Appreciate that. I don't think I ever had a McRib. Well, some people think they're the greatest thing that McDonald's has ever made. But, yeah, I don't think I've ever had one. Welcome back, Infidel. Last time you came back and Debbie said welcome back, but I was in the middle of talking and I totally forgot to welcome you back. All right, so we should be beginning our descent soon, and I don't think I've ever seen them uncooked, but it wasn't never anything that appealed to me. All right, where's our... Oh, yes, I have. Yes, that I have. Yeah. The barbecue pork rib. Yep. Okay. I just didn't buy it from McDonald's. I did have it in there. Would you say that the flight stick makes the experience better? Well, so I use the Alpha and Bravo, I think it makes everything better. It's just, it takes up a lot of space. That's the only thing. You only had chocolate. Debbie, get you something to eat. Goodness gracious, just chocolate melt for breakfast. Caroline, in preparation for our descent soon, I've go ahead and put on the fasten seatbelt signs. Let the passengers know to make one more trip to the bathroom if they need it before we get ready to land.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your flight attendant speaking. We will be preparing for our descent shortly, so please make one last trip to the restroom if you need to. The fasten seatbelt sign will be turned on soon. Thank you.
See? Look at that. Safety. Safety. I love it. I feel so safe in the air now. Gives me tingles. Ooh. I think Caroline's a keeper when it comes to the AI. We're definitely going to keep her around. We'll see if Sandra can step it up a notch next time. Get some kolaches. What's kolaches? I like that. I think she's... That part of it, of this experience so far, has been phenomenal. I think this is my first time using SayIntentions AI, so that part has been really quite amazing. I think, but it's the other stuff that I got to work on. But at least I know something out of everything that is available works like you hope it will. All right, real quick, since we're almost at our top of descent, let's look at some stuff here. All right, let's just double check that's our approach. 11030. Kolaches are... She only nice while doing her job. She's different at home. That may be true, Mick. You never know. That may be true. Okay. 11030, 11030. We've got our runway length and altitude in. We got all of our... Our flight deck slid up appropriately. All right. I don't think I've ever had kolaches. Sounds interesting. You know, I thought you'd have jelly beans, Kev. Are you out of jelly beans already? Oh, I almost forgot. I just remembered. Prediction time. See, nobody reminded me. Landing rate predictions are coming up. There we go. Bet your channel points or whatever. See if you can predict the... I put them on my feet when it rains. That's not the same. Yeah. Those are goulashes. Didn't remind you because it was broke. Huh? When did it break? Did Kev break it? Is that what you're saying, Infidel? It wouldn't surprise me. All right, so we're only going to do about 15 minutes. Predictions. So make sure you get your prediction in. See what you think my landing. I thought the predictions were broke last stream. I was there. Oh no, I totally forgot to do them. It wasn't broke. I just totally spaced on it. That's why. It last stream was, well. I'll just put it like this. Last stream was special, and I don't mean that necessarily in a good way. If you know what I mean, and I think you do. No, I just totally, yeah. After the stream ended, I was like, oh, I forgot to do the, oh, I have set up in my Discord. I don't know if you and Kev and Mick have gotten, and Mela have gotten a invite or clearance or whatever. There's a special voice channel that will eventually we're going to start using when we fly. We can all pop in there, and you can hear me, I can hear you, and we can talk, I guess. You've got permission, Infidel. Kev does, Mick does, and Amela does. So, but we'll try that out one of these times here in the near future. I don't know how it would be to bring y'all's voices into the stream as well. You know, that people in the stream can hear you, but in the at least in the interim, we can all hear each other. You have permission. There's a special at the bottom of my Discord. There's a voice channel that whenever flying, you know, or if I'm going to do something to show like a, you know, like I'm going to do a private stream there to show, you know, like you were asking me about the the 737 the other day. I was going to have you go in there so that way we could talk and everything, but it's by invite only. So I made it a secure place for us to talk if necessary. You know, if we're going to go over stuff or whatever. So that way, you know, not just anybody can pop in there and cause a ruckus. Oh, look at that moon over there. Ah. Look at that moon. Private channel. Privet. Yeah, a privet channel. Okay. Anytime now, we should be getting our top of descent. Yep, okay. It didn't it didn't do it. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk to ATC. Let's go by 10,000 feet.
Oakland Center, United 865. Request flight level 260.
United 865 descend and maintain flight level 290. Expect flight level 260.
Descend and maintain flight level 290. Expect flight level 260. United 865.
And away we go. Okay. Are you correcting my autocorrect? No, I am not. Okay. So let's look at our chart here again. So we got to be 2,000 feet at Harlow. So that's our final altitude. Heading a full approach course of 063. We're going to put that in right here. And right there. And probably let's do the heading as well. There we go. Speech to text is no laughing matter. Okay. If you say so, Kev.
That's what she said.
Would I rather be feared or loved? Easy, both. I want people to be afraid of how much they love me.
Well, I put that one in just for Mick. The the metal one. Get a little heavy metal action going on. What doesn't work? Oh, you can't hear them. Are you... Okay. Well, I have my stream muted, so I can't hear it. Are you talking about the stuff from the channel points or the stuff that I play on? So you can't hear...
60% of the time, it works every time.
All right, going to 15.
Descend and maintain 15,000 feet, United 865.
Okay. We can close that. Okay. The sound alerts. Okay. So like the... Well, something's happened then with the with Streamlabs. Okay. Is everybody else? Can everybody else hear him? Okay, you can't hear him either. Okay, so it's a Streamlabs issue. Okay. I'll have to get into that. Streamlabs. Okay. All right. So I don't know if there was an issue with I don't know if there was an update, or maybe I need to update Streamlabs, but I'll have to look into that after the stream's over. Because something's happened, because my screen was different when I launched it to this morning. So there might have been an update that just kind of screwed a lot of stuff up. Can anybody? So nobody can hear the channel point stuff. Is that what I understand to be correct? I still don't know why we're talking to Oakland Center all the way out here at Guam, but okay.
118.7 United 865. Goodbye. Oakland Center United 865 is at flight level 260, descending 15,000 feet.
United 865, Oakland Center, radar contact.
Okay. All right. I'll have to look into that afterwards. Something changed with Streamlabs then. Ain't that something? Slam-a-lama ding-dong. Okay, there's Kev. Kev, I think you might want to start getting ready to descend here pretty soon. You're pretty high up for getting ready to land. Just saying. Bing bong. See, this is one of those things about Streamlabs that I don't particularly like. I think there was an update or something, and it's changed stuff. Joe919, thank you for the follow.
7 miles north. Descend and maintain 8,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 6 left approach via Uniform November Zulu 257 radial 9er DMER. Clear to Uniform November Zulu.
No, we're not.
United 865 descend and maintain 3,000 feet.
Okay, we're not going to try to change that.
Descend and maintain 3,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 6 left approach via Uniform November Zulu 257 radial 9er DMER. Clear to Uniform November Zulu United 865.
All right. Hello, Joe919. Appreciate you being here. How are you today? We're just getting ready to, or descending into Guam International. Oh, you're Joe from KevStream, I think. Nice to see you here. I didn't recognize the name, but you said hi to Kev and Debbie, so you know them, so I'm guessing you're from KevStream. Is that Joe Thomas? Pitbull Game? Yeah, that's why. Okay, that's what I thought. Joe Thomas. Welcome in. Welcome to the Uncle B Sim channel. I am Uncle B. That's what I forgot. I forgot my whole thing this morning. I'm your host, pilot, lead singer, driver of the airplane, Uncle B. Welcome. We are just coming to the tail end of a long flight to Guam from Narita. And we are making our way to our descent into the airport. So thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Good to see you here. Please don't sing. I will sing whenever I want to, Kevin. And there's nothing you can do about it. La 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 la. coffee. I wrote that song, produced it, sang it, copyrighted it. That's how we roll. Don't make me ask Caroline for one more cup of coffee, Kev. Because that'll be my third cup, and you know I never have a third cup of coffee at home. All right, let's all right. It's like that scene on an airplane. He never has a second cup of coffee at home. Boy, I never. All right. We need to start slowing this bad mamba jamba out because we're going to run out of space very quickly. Let's go all the way to 210 first. We get some speed brakes out too. Let's go ahead and get the landing lights on now. This will be
United 865, please expedite your descent 3,000 feet.
ooh, let's do, I almost forgot. One 154 is our landing speed. All right. Actually, we should probably just go for 2. I'm coming in on 6 left. you're going 24 right. He never pays attention, does he, infidel? Are you even on live weather, Kev? Are you even real, Kev?
865, contact Oakland Center on 120.5. Good day.
120.5, United 865. Goodbye. Oakland Center, United 865 is at 13,000 feet, descending 3,000 feet.
United 865 Oakland Center, altimeter.
Eat the covers, that's right.
Radar contact. Continue to Uniform November Zulu.
That's probably the excuse he used when he in school. He always said the dog ate the books, ate his homework. All right, predictions have ended. Hopefully you got your predictions in. Hopefully I don't meet your predictions, that I do better than expected. So we're going to follow this arc around. And then we should turn in, make a nice left turn. And we'll be on the ground. Now, the cool thing is, we can look at the weather. It does give a METAR. That's like a simplified. I think that's a simple. This METAR is this one. 2986 should be our expected altimeter reading. All right. Everything's all should be all set for landing. Let's go. That's close enough. We'll go. Yeah, I'll go 250 for our landing altitude. You had to see. You weren't talking to the controller very nice, Kev. That's what it was. You're going to get the frying pan upside the head when you land. Caroline, we have a passenger who's flying for the first time with our airlines. Is there something? Can you get him like a quick drink before we land, please?
Absolutely, Captain. I'll get a quick drink for the first-time passenger right away.
Thank you very much. Just tell him we appreciate him flying with us today.
Of course, Captain. I'll let him know we appreciate him flying with us today.
There you go, Joe. That's for you. That's your first time flyer with us. See, that's what happens when you're nice. You're welcome. I would get you a cup of coffee, but then Kev would get jealous and he'd get, you know, he'd be very difficult to deal with. Watch this now. Caroline, it also turns out we have a first time flyer to Guam who's from Texas. We just wanted to wish her a safe trip here in Guam.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special passenger on board today, a first-time flyer from Texas. We wish her a wonderful and safe trip here in Guam. Thank you for choosing to fly with us.
Check that out. See? You just never know what you're going to get on the Uncle B Sim channel. No, I haven't, but that's okay. There we go. There's our little... Oh, this time it's a blue one. Cabin crew, take seats for landing, please.
Cabin crew, take seats for landing.
Safety. Safety is very important when you fly. We've operated safely today. All right, airport's in sight. All right, let me focus on getting us on the ground.
65, you are 11 miles southwest of Guam. Contact Agani Tower on 118.1 when inbound on the approach.
Tower on 118.1 United 865. Aganya Tower United 865, 11 miles southwest, inbound ILS runway 6 left approach.
United 865 Agani Tower. Altimeter 29.85 when 060 at 6. Cleared ILS runway 6 left approach.
Cleared ILS runway 6 left approach United 865.
There we go. Look at that, 7,000 pounds of fuel left too. Okay, here we go. There we go. Locked on the tractor beam. We're going to the Death Star, folks. Dun, 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 dun.
When 060 at 6. Cleared to land runway 6.
Nice.
Cleared to land runway 6 left United 865.
aircraft. Information India is now current. Altimeter 2985.
50. 30. 20. 10.
That was a firm landing.
United 865, turn next taxiway. Delta 1234, Agana Tower. Welcome to Agana. Contact ground on 121.9er.
Switching to ground on 121.9er, Delta 1234.
Oof. She wasn't happy.
United 865, contact ground on 121.9er.
121.9er.
Let's have a look at what that one was.
Goodbye.
That was a 234.
Agana ground, Delta 1234. Evening. We're clear of runway 6 right and ready to taxi to the gate.
Delta 1234, Agana ground, taxi to general aviation parking via Foxtrot Kilo Delta, cross runway 6 left, then cross runway 6 right at your discretion. Good day.
General aviation parking via Foxtrot Kilo Delta, cross 6 left, then cross 6 right at our discretion.
United 865, taxi to gate 16 using taxiway Foxtrot Kilo.
Taxiing to gate 16 using taxiway Foxtrot Kilo United 865.
All right. Let's get our we got our taxi lights on. Ooh, I managed to land before the. Oh, hold on a second. You guys want to come over a little bit closer and I'll get a picture? Kev, infidel? No? Alright. I'll get over by you guys. Oh, infidel just disappeared. Oh, now he's coming over this way. Okay. I don't know where he went. Oh, there he is. All right. Hold on. Nice, Kev. Well done. All right. Thank you, Mel. Appreciate it. Get a quick picture here for. Ooh. I don't know what happened there, but okay. Oh, right there, Kev. That's good. There you go. All right. Well done, Kev. I was hoping to do better than the prediction, but what can you do? Thank you, Debbie. Appreciate it. Nice to see you here. Ooh, that's a 747. That's a British Airways 747 here at Guam. What? Who brought that here? Who are you? Identify yourself. See, Infidel? That's my bad side. Well, your bad side's gonna have to be your good side today, Kev. Thank you both, Infidel and Kev, for flying with me today. Appreciate it. Nice to have you both here. They actually made it the whole trip. That's 3 flights in the book for a pair of socks. We'll be back next Saturday, 737-800, with service from Mexico City to Panama City. 737-800. Copa Airlines. Kind of looks like this livery, but it says Copa on it. I think Copa is one of the official airlines for Panama. See ya, Joe. Appreciate the follow. Thank you again for the biddies, Kev, and thank you for the gift sub to Infidel. Appreciate it. Caroline, would you please prepare the cabin for our arrival at the gate here?
Understood, Captain. I'll prepare the cabin for our arrival at the gate right away. Dear passengers, we are preparing for our arrival at the gate. Please ensure your seatbelts are fastened and your belongings are stowed. Thank you for flying with us today.
That's not what I was expecting, but okay. I was expecting Caroline to say we're going to be at the gate so you can, make sure you get your belongings together, all that kind of stuff. Wow, this is a nice airport. Look at this. Well, I mean, the airport itself looks kind of, but look at it. It's like you're looking over to the edge, you can see the side of the island there. That's pretty cool. See ya, Kev. Hopefully you and Infidel have a good flight later. I'll be lurking in the stream as I'll be playing golf here in about an hour. I got to get the dogs fed. I got to get myself fed. All right, let's see how this works. If we go... All right. Golf. Well, I can't do everything, Kev. Contrary to unpopular belief. I haven't played golf in a while with anybody, so. All right. Let's just go ahead and end things here. All right. That'll wrap things up. Boy, went for a long one today, didn't we? All right. That's it for today, folks. Thank you all again for coming in and hanging out. A nice sunny day for golf. Yep. Should be a little bit sunny here too, I think. Thanks, you too, Debbie. I will catch you later. And thank you for coming in and hanging out. Nice to see you as always. Thank you to the lurkers and everybody else who came in and said hello. So yeah, long flight today. We're gonna wrap things up because it's been a doozy. So anyway, do enjoy the rest of your Saturday morning, afternoon, evening, early Sunday. Already for some folks around the world. I have been and always shall be your host, pilot, lead singer, driver of the airplane, Uncle B. Until next time, peace, live long and prosper.